Hey, Bonnie, it's Robin. Um,
Yes,
when you're done with executive session, would you text me?
I sure will. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to do a sound check in about 5 minutes, and we will get live with the May Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education meeting at 5:30. All right, let's run through and do a sound check real quick. Mrs. Hinkle,
Hello there. Does this sound okay?
I can hear you. Mrs. Inc.,
I'm here.
thank you. Sorry, I had to make some adjustments on my end there. Ms. Wolf,
Check, check, check 1, 2.
loud and clear. Mrs. Schutz,
I am here.
very good. Dr. Bros,
I'm here.
thank you. Mr. Brown,
I am here.
thank you. Mr. Barsonis.
Test 1, 2.
All right, gotcha. see. Dr. Grover,
Hello, everyone.
loud and clear. Got you. Thank you. Dr. Dexter.
Good evening.
Oh, you sound wonderful. Mr. Harden. We'll come back to Mr. Harden. Mr. Stelk.
Present and accounted for.
Thank you. Dr. Palmer.
Good evening, everybody.
Very good. Mrs. Worthington.
Good evening.
Gotcha. Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, everyone.
We can hear you. Mr. Petch.
I'm here.
That's good to know. I think we have Mrs. Albers.
I'm here. I'm here.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Madison Lane.
Here.
Excellent. All right. Abby Miller.
Hello.
Gotcha. Cindy Wells. See, you're in the list.
Good evening, everyone.
Uh-oh. There we go. All right. We're about 3 minutes from starting.
Jack, do you need to see if my mic works?
I think we're doing well. So,
Jack, don't forget to
skipped right
remind
over you. Your mic works.
Hey, Jack,
Yeah.
you just remind everybody to turn off their video if they are not board members or cabinet.
Yes. I think we have Mrs. Gordemaker. Can we get a mic check? Mrs. Gordemaker, can you hit your unmute and check the sound?
How's that?
Ah, there you go. Perfect. Brittany Bills, can we test your sound?
I can hear you.
Very good. We can hear you. All right. And as Mr. Petch said, if you wouldn't mind, please, if you're not a board member or Dr. Grover, please turn off your camera and make sure when you aren't speaking, everyone, please be muted. That'll help our quality of our recording and for the listening audience at home and for all of us. I think we are about a minute from going live. So Bonnie, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you call it as it happens.
All right, thank you very much. It is 5:30 p.m. and I now call to order the Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education meeting. This is the May 14th, 2020 meeting. Notice of this meeting has been advertised in the Grand Island Independent, which is the district's designated method of giving notice of these meetings. We want those in attendance, both online and in person, to know that copies of the Open Meetings Act are available at the entrance to the boardroom, or you can also find them on our gips.org website. If anyone in attendance, let's see here, sorry about that. We will not be having open forum tonight since we are in a virtual meeting setting again. So Dr. Dexter, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Albers,
Here.
Mr. Barsanis,
Present.
Dr. Brose,
Present.
Mr. Brown,
Present.
Mrs. Inc.,
Present.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Present.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Present.
Mrs. Schutz,
Here.
Mrs. Wolf, Miss Wolf, sorry.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, now we will go to agenda item number 3, which is our mission statement. And in honor of her last go at our Board of Education meetings, Madison, would you be willing to read our mission statement that you see on the screen?
Yes, I will. Every student, every day, a success. And educating students, we teach hearts as well as minds. Within the School District of Grand Island, every student will be taught to read, write, and communicate effectively, solve problems, acquire and apply knowledge, and demonstrate mastery through performance to the best of the student's abilities. Every student will be treated with fairness and dignity. Every student will be honored for their unique qualities and backgrounds. Every student will experience a sense of belonging, contribution, and success. And every student will develop responsibility and show respect for others as well as oneself.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, we will move to agenda item number 4, which is the consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have 4.1, which is the minutes from the previous month's meeting, 4.2 claims as submitted, 4.3 bid proposals as submitted, 4.4 staff adjustments as submitted, 4.5 treasurer's report as submitted, 4.6 contract approval, 4.7, which is the policies, and they include 7.1, number 2170 advisory committees deleted, number 7.2, 4213 budget implementation on first read, 7.3, number 4460 expense reimbursements first read, 7.4, 5230 emergency plans first read, 7.5, 5232 emergency closing first read, 7.6, number 5310 transportation first read, 7.7, number 8470 weapons in school first read, 7.8, number 8513 communicable disease control first read, 7.9, number 9310 fundraising activities on first read, and number 4, and agenda item 4.8 approval of agenda as submitted. Sorry. The consent agenda is as published. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve it? Dr. Bros.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
And a second, Mrs. Schutz?
No, I need to abstain from check number 71787 for the amount of $76.15.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I will second the motion.
Okay. Is there anyone else? I apologize. I missed that. Okay. Any discussion? If not, Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Godemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
and motion passed.
All right. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 5 are campus highlights. And tonight we have learning in the virtual learning environment. And I believe Mrs. Stockwell and Abby Miller are presenting. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I think you should be able to share your screen, Mrs. Stockwell. Perfect.
Sheree, do you want me to go first? Sorry.
And if you go, you can go ahead and start your video during the
Okay.
presentation. That would be awesome.
Yep.
Thanks, Abby.
Just make sure if it has sound that you have the sound available as well. We'll test that. If it doesn't work, I'll jump in. Sorry.
Okay,
Can you hear me okay?
we can hear you now.
Oh, did you hear me before?
Uh-uh.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to myself. So I was saying that Abby Miller is here with me. She's a first grade teacher. And at the very beginning of e-learning, we had some tough times with first grade and their engagement and getting kids to participate and just seeing what they were able to do. And then we found Flipgrid and it helped a ton. So, and we'll show you what that looks like. So we're gonna show you some of the assignments that the kids were working on, but just so you know, these are the things that I want you to look for that we were trying to emphasize during e-learning, and we tried to keep up with our rigor because that's our focus, and having kids still interact with each other online, trying to still do that. Keeping the taxonomy at the higher level questions, and we knew we only had 20 to 25 minutes, so we tried to focus on the higher level questions. And then look for
Sheree, we can't hear you again. I can just talk if you want me to.
Am I okay now?
Yeah.
What was the last thing that you guys heard me say? I'm really sorry.
The taxonomy level.
Okay. So we tried to focus on higher level taxonomy questions because we knew we only had 20 to 25 minutes. So we tried to get the biggest bang for our buck. Listen for the student engagement and the students giving feedback and how the teachers gave feedback. And in the classroom, we try to emphasize the I agree and I disagree and the why. So be looking for that too as you watch. And also what I love about these videos is the academic language that kids are using. And also Abby and I went through and looked at some of the videos that we'd like to highlight and notice that there's a variety of levels that are present. We have English learners, some kids who are in special education, and just some gen ed kids too. So the standard that we're going to be looking at is counting in steps of 5 and 10. There's our target and success criteria. I can count by 5s and 10s. Success criteria is songs, charts, hands by counting by 5s and 10s. So here, and Abby, I'll let you take it over from here and tell them what the task was and everything else. So go for it.
All right, so the first thing that the kids had to do was watch videos. I just had some YouTube videos and videos of myself practicing counting by 5s and 10s. And then we did the workbook pages together, but I stopped at the one you see on the screen here, and I had them do 2C on Flipgrid, and then they had to reply to a friend. So you see the answers that they were supposed to have, and then we'll watch some of the Flipgrid videos so that you can hear their responses.
I think our first one was Dakari, is that right?
Yep.
I think she's hidden right there. Okay.
The pattern that I saw in counting by 5s is that they each ended in 5s and 0s.
Hey, Dakari, fantastic job. I saw that same pattern. Bye.
I agree with you, Dakari. Bye.
And then we'll watch Piper. She's up next. But that's just the example of the kiddo responding, and then Miss Miller giving feedback, and then other kids too.
I realized, like, Chase, every 2 spaces, there's a 5.
Hey, Piper, I saw the same pattern too, that every other number is a 5, but I also like how Dakari said that if you see a 5, there's also a 0 on the next one. And then you get a 5, and then you get a 0. Good job. Bye.
I think that too, Piper, and something else that I think, each one of those numbers end in a 5 and a 0. I agree that there is a 5 after every other one.
All right, and then we have Daniel.
When I count by 5s, unless number is 5s and 0s.
Hey, Daniel, I get that pattern too. Good job, buddy.
I had the same answer too. Good job. I like your math. We had the same answer.
And then we just have one more. It is Bismar. Here we go.
I found out that if you there's 10, you take away the 0, and then you put 5, and then it keeps going.
Hey, Bismar. I agree with you as well. And also, thanks for showing me your paper. I loved seeing your work. Bye.
I agree. I also saw that on my notebook.
So those are some of our highlights from our kiddos. And here's what I love about the first grade team and what they did is they've been able to keep track of all the hours spent. So I put that on there too. They have 995 videos with 8,488 views, and they've logged, and now it's over this, but 58.9 hours of shared learning. So with Flipgrid, we were able to get kids to be engaged. And then we also found some other platforms where kids could also be engaged with Google Classroom, Nearpod, and Pear Deck, and teachers were trying different things just to see what else we could get kids to be the most engaged with. But that was one of our highlights, and having the kids be involved with us that way. So are there any questions about that?
Okay, so does anybody have any questions? I'm trying to get back here so I can see you. Sorry, just a second. Okay, Mrs. Schutz.
I just want to say thanks for sharing that with us. That was awesome to actually see what kind of learning looks like online in a virtual environment. And I forgot, what grade are these kids?
They're first graders.
Okay, awesome. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very good. Anybody else have any questions?
This is Carlos. Thank you. The last kid looked familiar in there. And he heard you talking and he was excited to hear you. He's like, my teacher is in your meeting. We having a first grader in Miss Miller class, we're familiar with the recording, and it's been good to have the kids interact. So I think it's been very positive. We struggled at the beginning to kind of get a hold of the technology, but we're doing hopefully better and better. So thank you for all the material that you have put in online and on the applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would echo the same thing. Thank you to the board for your support for our e-learning and letting us figure out what works. And thank you for giving us the time and the space to do that. So thank you very much.
All right, well, it was great to see kids again. We haven't had them at the last couple of meetings. So even if it's virtual, it was good to see them. So thank you for sharing and being here with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, so we'll move on to the information items. Agenda item 6.1 is the SREB Clean Energy Curriculum Adoption for Alternative Energy Pathway. Mr. Phillips, could you get any more words in there?
Is that a challenge?
Yeah.
Thanks for the opportunity to come present tonight. Our last pathway that we're working to develop is our alternative energy pathway. Currently, students that are sophomores, juniors, and seniors are all taking the sophomore foundations course. which is the common course with the engineering program. So next year will be the launch of our first year over at Career Pathways Institute with the junior course, which the juniors and seniors will take. And we did a lot of research to find opportunities for curriculum. And we landed with 2 different companies that really focused on clean energy or alternative energy that we're focusing on. Those were Project Lead the Way, and then the Southern Regional Education Board is the vendor that we ultimately chose. And the primary reasoning for this is it aligned, one, with what our industry partners on our advisory board were asking for their needs for their workforce. It aligned also with Central Community College and their alternative energy program. So we'll have the opportunity down the road to increase our dual enrollment opportunities in there. And it was a 4-course sequence, whereas Project Lead the Way was only a 2-course sequence. So we'll be able to offer all 4 courses of the clean energy program, 1 each semester in the double block format at CPI. There's great opportunities for our business partners to get in and team teach and be mentors for our students, be part of their project-based learning that they'll do throughout there. It's a very well-designed curriculum. It was designed by industry partners along with educational partners. So it's meeting the current needs of the industries. The breakdown for the total implementation is on there, all coming from L4L funds. There is a one-time partnership fee to start our partnership with them. It's not like Project Lead the Way where it's an annual fee. That's just a one-time fee. And then for each class, there's a durable goods purchase and then a consumable. The durable goods are a considerable amount of the initial implementation. And I'm still waiting, Dr. Burrows, for an answer to what to expect on the replacement timeline of those durable goods. So I don't have that tonight. The consumables, as we move forward, will all be handled out of the academy budget through engineering and technology. So we're looking at $52,223.15 for the total implementation for the first 2 courses of the clean energy program. This also does include a 2-week training, which this year will be virtual. And we're lucky it is, because it'll allow Alex Chemnitz, our new instructor, to be able to take both courses this summer. The in-person training, he was only going to be able to get 1, so it worked in our favor for once. But with that, I would open it up for any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Doesn't look like it now. I think we will vote on this next month. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's just information tonight and action next month.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, agenda item 6.2 is Edmonton. I don't know if I said that right or not. Also, Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Edmentum is our platform for our courseware. It is used K-12, so this is the renewal of the package that we get on an annual basis. For the K-5 grades, Study Island is the primary usage for content delivery and reinforcement enrichment for students. At the 6 through 12 level, we get into more of the courseware. They do use some Study Island in the middle school, but we start to get into the specific courseware. At the high school, we predominantly have used Edmentum products through Plato for our credit recovery. But in the current world that we're living in, with the pilot of our virtual academy, we use the Plato products through Edmentum for our virtual academy, which we have graduates that are going to be graduating from that. So We also have some career and tech ed teachers that are implementing some of the units and courses that Edmentum offers in their current e-learning opportunity. And I really think we're going to see a significant growth in the use of this because they have a what's called flexware, flexible assignments that teachers, instead of having to use a full course, they can pick and choose assignments, units, or activities that they can supplement what they're doing in the classroom and be able to deliver that in a flipped environment, which we've heard a lot of positive support from teachers that, having been forced into this e-learning situation, they've realized that there's a lot of things that they can do differently in the future to maximize their amount of time with kids. So with that, I would open it up to any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions from the board? Doesn't look like it's great to hear that they're able to carry forward some of the lessons they're learning right now with using this in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, this will be information tonight and action next month.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you.
All right, 6.3 is the CKLA Core Knowledge Language Arts Resource Adoption. Mrs. Bills.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm getting myself situated here.
That's okay.
I apologize. Okay, can you see my presentation? Okay. Yes, okay, perfect. All right, well, good evening, President Hinkle and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information item to you tonight. I would like to share an innovative idea or opportunity that I would like to explore in our district. This idea would be for us to see if we can integrate our social studies standards in grades K through 5 into our English language arts block using core knowledge language arts. So why do this? Why consider this option? I did reach out to our K-5 teachers this year to get some feedback from them about looking at resource adoption as we move forward. You know that the new social studies standards obviously were adopted at our board meeting in April. And so I really wanted to elicit some information from them as we decided to move forward. Many of our teachers expressed that time in their schedule is really difficult. You know, they feel like they're constantly competing for time to reach everything that they need to reach and teach everything that they need to teach. They also expressed that, you know, they have a lot of concern around the fact that social studies isn't a protected time for our English language learners and our special education students. Again, you know, we're all competing for time and they have some additional supports that they need in their day as well. And so some teachers did ask about the idea of integrating social studies standards into the ELA block. Language arts curriculums are becoming much more knowledge-based or knowledge emphasized with the informational texts and units that they are providing students. Also, some teachers specifically called out core knowledge language arts specifically as a resource that they would be interested in pursuing next year. I did identify on this slide how this particular pilot would align with our strategic plan priorities of equity, social emotional learning, and closing the achievement gap. So the proposal here, I apologize, I'm running two screens and it's difficult. The proposal here would be to pilot core knowledge language arts in this integrated social studies and ELA model beginning in August through May. I have identified 2 schools at every grade level to pilot. Schools were selected by task force representation. So one school was selected for ELA task force representation, the other for social studies. Each of the schools who are piloting would be responsible for collecting data on standards alignment as a part of that process. We have 11 total schools who would be participating in the pilot, so nice representation of our elementary schools. And we do have nice representation of both title and non-title schools as a part of the pilot. I am proposing that we use core knowledge language arts materials. Just for your information, I did look at other programs to consider. Core knowledge language arts provides the most social studies units, so they provide the greatest opportunity for us to meet our social studies standards during this time. At these schools, they will have the opportunity to incorporate an additional win time into their day. So they won't have to feel like they need to compete and choose if they intervene for reading or for math. They will have the opportunity to provide intervention for both of those subject areas. And then as a part of the pilot, we will obviously investigate impact on student achievement in reading. The process would be to acquire materials after the June board meeting, if you approve, for us to move forward. And then this June, our social studies task force will actually engage in the process of prioritizing and unwrapping our social studies standards. And we will create a tool that then the task force members will use to collect that standards alignment data for us. In July, I will put together, I'll send materials out, and then also we'll put together a plan for collecting data. In August, the pilot will begin. And in September, I will start developing rubrics for us to evaluate the quality of the materials in addition to standards alignment and student achievement. October, hopefully, if all goes well, we will have some data, student achievement data that we can collect and analyze. And then in December, I plan to train our selection committee on the process of reviewing the materials using the rubrics that we have created, with a deadline for materials review in January, I apologize. In January, hopefully, again, if all goes well, we'll have another assessment that we can pull from to see student growth from fall to winter. And then February, I would like to convene the team to make the decision regarding an adoption. The fiscal responsibility for this, Amplify would be providing us as a district one-day professional development. They will also be providing all of the materials for grades 3 through 5 and the English language development materials, which would be the supplement for our EL students in grades K through 5. That totals to be about $53,000 that they would be giving us in materials and professional development. The cost to us would be for K2 materials. I also want to add that with standards adoption generally comes looking at resource adoption. And we would be looking at resource adoption in social studies, and then shortly again for ELA, as we would be up anyway for ELA 2. This is a potential cost savings for us in that we would be looking at 1 adoption versus 2 potential resource adoptions. What questions do you have for me?
Right. Does anybody have any questions from the board? I'm assuming that the L4L committee had a chance to review this as well.
Yes, I apologize. Yep. Yes, I apologize. It would be out of L4L budget. I always forget that. And we have reviewed it as a team. Yes.
Okay, great. Dr. Brose.
I'm curious to know where you're going to get your baseline data. Is that going to be something you collect in the fall, or is it data that we already have?
That's a wonderful question, Dr. Brose. I actually am a really big fan of longitudinal data. And so I plan to collect map data back as far as I can on our students. So our current 5th graders, I will go back to their 2nd grade map scores if I can.
other questions? Or does anyone from the L4L committee want to chime in on anything that you think we need to hear? Mrs. Schutz.
Well, like Brittany said, we looked at it in L4L, and I guess I don't see any downside to it. It solves a problem for time. It solves a problem for getting social studies curriculum in there. It's something we're already familiar with. So it just seems like a no-brainer. It's pretty much a win-win. And I really like, Brittany, that you're going to go back and look at data that far back. So that's awesome. My only question is the cost. That's an upfront cost. What's the annual? Is there an annual cost to it as well? Is it online or is that it?
Nope. This would be obviously an upfront cost for the pilot itself, which is just a small number of our buildings and classrooms, right? So an adoption would obviously look at a greater number of classrooms, but there aren't any digital costs that are associated with it. It would really just be replenishing any materials that, you know, are loved well. And then, you know, if we add classrooms and things like that, those things always happen. It's good that our numbers grow and we get new classrooms. And so, no, there wouldn't be any annual costs associated here.
Okay.
I think Miss Wolf maybe had a question.
Yes, she does.
I couldn't find my raise hand icon, so I was just raising my hand in my little screen. I was just gonna tell you, Mrs. Bills, that one of my good friends taught English in K through 12 for many years, and she said, but I'm secretly a social studies teacher. So I think it's really great that we're able to find curriculum that mixes the two. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Barsanis.
Just thank you for the work that you're doing. And again, hearing from the teachers and trying to figure out, okay, how do we make it better? How do we try it out? So thank you for taking the time. And obviously, thank you for being that data driven and looking at that later. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. And we'll see it back here on the June agenda, as it sounds like. So. Okay, we will move forward to agenda item 6.4, which is summer school update. Dr. Palmer.
Good evening, everybody. It's great to see you all. I have the privilege of sharing the opportunities that we have available to our students over the summer. You know, this typically, we have a new challenge, right? Because we are going to be virtual for the month of June, basically through July 31st. So our teachers went to work. We really dug in and said, how can we continue learning for our students throughout the summer? We definitely had lots of different options to think about and to process. And I'm really just proud of our coordinators that have come together to say, our students need us and we need to be really intentional about this work for summer for our students. So we have quite a menu of different learning opportunities for students of all ages, PK through 12 this year, first time ever that we have that range of opportunity of summer learning opportunities for students. We also have a range of opportunities that are targeted for students based on need, as well as some opportunities for students in non-titled buildings that can access for enrichment and engagement as well, which we've never had that opportunity before. So we're feeling pretty blessed to be able to offer some things differently, and because of the virtual environment, we do know that we've got to do a lot of promoting to get students aware and parents aware of the opportunities that we do have. So we have some opportunities coming up where we're going to be doing that and promoting all these options for students. So Jack is amazing, and we've been talking about how do we promote this. How do we get access and communicate with our families and with the community about the offerings that we have? I think he had about 3 or 4 days to put together this information on the site. So I think it's still under construction. We'll continue to add a few more things to it, but wanted to give you the first view of the different opportunities that we do have. So some of them you're familiar with. We have e-learning power camp, and this will continue through the month of June. And this, as you know, if you remember last year, this was a Title I only opportunity for students. This year it's going to be open to everybody in the district. And so students will have lots of different enrichment focus areas around the fine arts, around nutrition and mindfulness and wellness, and just camp-like activities that students can sign up for. And so we will be able to, we are actually creating a way that students can enroll into those courses throughout the month of June, and they can do one week and switch over and do something else the next week. So technically they could have 3 or 4 opportunities. They can participate in several if they want throughout the week. So lots of fun opportunities. The coordinators, Whitney Flower and Brianna McDonald, have been working since December, really thinking about the outline of what this is going to look like before we knew we were going to go virtual. So they already had some ideas and plans in place. And then it was just a matter of, okay, now how do we make this work? Going virtual. And they didn't even question it. They just knew they had to do it. Summer school for Title I students typically has been housed at one of our Title I schools for students. And in the past, we averaged about 350 students, K-5. And that those students were targeted based on some additional need for academic supports. So this year with the virtual environment, we thought we're not limited by building and class size. So we're going to offer it to all of our Title I students, but we're really targeting what the supports are with. So we're focusing in on reading and math and exploratory activities. And there will be 2 live sessions that will be, teachers will be in front of students throughout the week, and they will have office hours for students to interact with them. And they actually will be using our current resources with Amplify for reading, and for math, we're using one of the interventions, Dreambox, that our students are familiar with. So we'll be able to monitor the engagement of students within those platforms and be able to see where they were at the beginning of summer school and where they are at the end. And so they're really doing a lot of promoting. They're looking at providing prizes for participation and different types of challenges for students to try to keep them motivated and engaged. So we're really looking forward to that. Originally, we had 28 teachers hired, and they're looking to hire another, I think, 28, trying to get as many teachers as we can so we can support the students. So we're still, I think, working in the works with hiring staff. Thriving Minds, kindergarten through 3rd grade. As you know, as part of the reading bill, we are required to provide summer reading opportunities for students as a requirement to the reading bill. And we know we had several students that when we left here in May that were still receiving some specific interventions to support their reading plans that were identified based on their MAP scores. So Mrs. Bills has actually put together a list of activities and resources, and that can be online, both virtual, and that can be printed off and used at home as well, or that they can access through PDFs and things like that. So they can still access it online. They wouldn't have to print them off, but they could still use them. Wouldn't be an interactive virtual manner. This is going to be under the umbrella of our Title I, but it is offered to all kindergarten through 3rd grade. So kids and parents will have access to a teacher if they have questions about how to implement those ideas or those strategies. And there'll be more information. We have a video to go with that, and we also have a PowerPoint that will be demonstrating to parents how they can access that. We've also partnered with the Grand Island Public Schools Library, and we'll be doing some partnership with them. extended school years for our students that have IEPs and are eligible for extended year services. This will also continue in a virtual format. And these are students that have been identified through the IEP process and with their teams. And so they already know who they are and are set up and ready to go for extended summer school. This one is new, middle school and high school, Thriving Minds summer offering. So this is a new opportunity. We still have yet to hire the coordinator, but we have some applicants, so I'm excited about that. This is something that is for all students. It's not targeted for any certain population, but it will be a virtual opportunity for students to engage in different types of fun, exploratory, enriching, and engaging experiences that really focus in on the critical thinking, problem solving, and understanding of essential skills. So this is going to be problem-based. I'm looking for an applicant who's going to be really engaging with our students and in the community, get them involved in some sort of challenges and activities where they can win prizes and things like that throughout the summer. So this could go through both June and July. So if there are students that are in our targeted summer schools that end in June, they could still pick up and continue to participate throughout the month of July as well. And that will be with the K3 Thriving Minds as well, could be an opportunity to continue for some of that learning. And then our middle schools opportunity, I think I presented a name change. They wanted to move away from summer school to summer academy to really identify more with Grand Island Senior High in that preparation for being ready for high school. And so Bar, Walnut, and Westridge will again host a targeted summer school for students. And this is similar, eligibility is similar to what they've done in the past. However, they will continue to, if they have space, to engage additional students that want to participate, and this will come from parents contacting them through the Google Forms. So they have hired their staff and they're working on some specific focus standards that have surfaced as standards that our students may need additional support with based on some unfinished learning, as well as preparing them for the next level. Grand Island Senior High, again, is also having their targeted summer school as well. But this is also virtual. So, you know, in the past, we've had about 90 to 100 students that have been in and out of Success Academy for summer school for credit recovery and other to make up courses that they need in order to graduate. So we will continue that. They've been working Meredith Ernstmeyer has already been in contact with students and parents about who's participating and who isn't, and the process that the teams, the PLC teams went through as they looked at students that were maybe failing courses. They were immediately in contact with these families and making recommendations for participation in summer school and making sure that they were getting signed up. So in a way, the virtual opportunity has allowed the more personalized approach for students to ensure that they have these opportunities to get the classes they need to make sure that they're on track and ready to graduate. And these students are, there are also some opportunities for students that needed to personalize based on some specific scheduling concerns or scheduling needs that they had for their upcoming school year as well. There is an additional summer school that's not in here, and this is, I think the title is more aligned with, it's a pre-algebra course, and I don't know that we've exactly landed on the title, but it's going to be hopefully a way to engage our 8th graders that are going to senior high. It's a bridge to algebra course that is going to be engaging and not just focused in on the actual work, but more on the cognitive processing of math and getting kids excited and feeling confident about their ability to do math while they're getting some of those pre-algebra skills that maybe were some unfinished learning from the 8th grade course from this year. So we have 2 teachers, math teachers from the high school, that are super excited to teach this, and we look forward to getting that one on here as well. And they have already started to have a plan to go into the 8th grade classes. It was the end of this week and next week to visit with the 8th grade math students to get them excited about it and to promote the course and get them engaged. So we'll be able to do some enrollment there and keep track. And with the resource, the platform that they're using, we'll be able to monitor which students participated and how they did in the course while they were participating. So that's an overall quick summary of our summer school offerings for this summer. And I guess I can open it up for any additional questions.
All right, does anybody have any questions? I do have one, because some of the offerings were for pre-K. So does this require pre-K students to have access to the internet and a device at home?
Sure. So some of them do, like, you know, it would be would be a web-based, but there's also, if the parents have a device, then with the library, there are pre-K opportunities, or they can access it through their phone.
Okay.
So there are ways that they could still access it without a Chromebook or computer.
And then this may be something that you're still working on, but it just made me think of it. Last year we started wasn't it like a 6th grade jump start, or like kids going into the 6th grade?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, are we still thinking about having that this year? Or?
Yes, that actually was one that they said we have to have. Yes, we'll need to get, we do have information on that already. The principals are meeting and planning virtual. They're aligning it with their orientations, and then they'll plan something when we can get closer to getting back into the buildings where students can actually get in and get into the buildings and practice with their lockers and things like that before school starts. So it's kind of twofold, virtual and then hopefully in person at a later date.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Barsonis.
I just want to say thank you for, I can't imagine now that we have to be somewhat at home and can't leave and trying to reach parents with different schedules, students. So all the work that is being done to make sure that kids don't fall behind, students get what they need. So kudos to all of you. And thank you for really taking that extra time. I can't imagine it's any easier now than it was before. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Brose.
Many of these are, first of all, Dr. Palmer, I think these are amazing, and I'm glad that we have all these extended learning opportunities for kids. I'm a little concerned about participation. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering if maybe in June or July, you could just come back to us and tell us how successful the programs were in terms of participation, and then how you evaluated their success, so that we know it's worth doing again sometime.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I should have mentioned that. And July will probably be a good time to come back, because we'll have at least the data from June for summer schools that were taking place throughout the month of June. So yeah, definitely I'll bring it back in July and just let you know how it went. We're anxious too. We know we struggled with some, but we've also had lots of parents that have said, oh, can we continue some things throughout the summer? And so, you know, we're looking forward to at least having those opportunities and continue to try to figure out ways to promote it and get kids excited about it.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Zink.
I'm just really excited that there's opportunities for all kids this year. Mm-hmm. And your work with others to get this all arranged and have it all virtual and put some fun involved with it and make it so it's not like school was during the school year. Mm-hmm. It's awesome. So I was hearing about what some other districts were doing today at work. And so it's exciting to see that we have a large variety. So great job.
I have to give complete credit to the L4L team. I mean, everybody's had a part in it, from our special ed to EL to Kate Crow with Title I, and the coordinators are just excited. I mean, they really are driving a lot of what we're able to provide, because they just keep thinking we've got to have some fun with our kids, and you know, so they're really looking forward to it. And I think we'll see some different things around computer science, coding, and some things that kids don't always have the opportunity to do, but would be of high interest. And so yeah, we'll bring it back and let you know how it goes.
Mrs. Gordermaker.
I wanted to echo the thanks too, and I'm very excited since we have a seedling miler that can participate this year, and I've already told him that summer school is mandatory this year, and I'm hoping that none of his friends tell him that it's not. But I think it is going to be a really good thing for some of these kids to stay engaged.
Yeah, and hopefully he has some fun with it. Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that report.
Mrs. Hinkle, this is Mrs. Worthington. I'd like to jump in with just one thing, if I may.
You betcha.
You asked about Jumpstart 6, and our friends at Nebraska Children and Families Foundation have agreed to fund that again this year. But I think what's even more important about that is we knew we wouldn't need the entire amount since we wouldn't have kids together for as long a period of time potentially. And we just have such a reputation with them because of the great work the L4L team and the different schools do, that they gave us a lot of flexibility to use those funds for Jumpstart 6, but to use them for other summer opportunities as well. So I thank them, but I also know that they support us because they see the great work that this team does.
Oh, I'm so glad you jumped in, Jennifer, because I totally forgot to even mention that that is why we can offer it to everybody, is that we can hire a coordinator to manage it. So, and that will be through those funds. So Jennifer's been a key person in advocating for that and supporting it. So thank you, Jennifer Worthington, and for the grant dollars to help support as well.
That's awesome. Thank you. Very good news. All right, so we will move on to agenda item 6.5, which is the amendment to the school transportation agreement. Mr. Harden.
Well, good evening, everyone. And if you would turn your attention to the amendment that's attached to the agenda item. And again, this is information only. We'll bring it back to you next month for approval. You may remember that we were scheduled to do requests for proposals for transportation services. Basically our 4-year agreement was up. Quite honestly, upon returning back from spring break, I expected to be working on that. Instead, of course, it was COVID-19 everything. So it became apparent very quickly we needed to put the brakes on that, go ahead and extend the contract for just 1 year. And so if you look at there's basically 3 parts to this: extend the agreement for 1 year, strike paragraph 3 in the original agreement and replace it with the verbiage that you see there. The important verbiage there is that the days of service will be dependent upon the circumstances in the 2021 school year and subject to negotiations as the situation develops. And then the third item is it's of course contingent upon funding. And so those are really the 3 points that we made. It is just a 1-year extension. We have every desire and intent to go out for proposals again. Doing that doesn't hurt anyone. It's just a natural process of seeking the best provider for transportation services. As you know, McBrown and Holiday Transportation have provided those services since we first contracted out for them many years ago. So with that, I would conclude my comments on this particular item.
Okay, so any questions? Mrs. Inc., did you have a question on this? No, that was from last time. Okay, that's fine. That's all right. Anybody else have any questions? So, Mr. Harden, how right now, since we aren't transporting kids, how is that agreement working with them right now?
Well, the agreement, just to give you a little background, we do a $100,000 upfront of the school year kind of get started payment, and then the balance of the difference between that and the contract, we pay in 10 equal installments. So we pay the first working day of the month. So we had paid, in essence, by the time you add all those up, we'd paid for 75% of the school year of the days that we contracted at that March payment, which was of course made before we knew anything about COVID. And that's actually a couple weeks ahead of, by the time you net it out, the number of days actually worked. that was a couple weeks ahead just because of the averaging of that. So right now we're just kind of treading water, for lack of a better term. We're waiting for the federal government to provide us with some kind of understanding of what the CARES Act says is we as a district are to pay our contractors to the greatest extent possible. Nobody knows what that means. So we have it on our agenda for F&F. We've talked about it a couple times. We'll continue to have that as an agenda item and go from there. So it'll be something we bring back until really at least August, because we have to kind of end the fiscal year and then go from there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else have any questions or comments about this? Okay. If not, we will move on to 6.6, which is the GIPS 403B plan modifications. Mr. Harden.
So riveting contractual changes here, really this is just a very dot the I, cross the T kind of thing. What we're trying to do is continuing to modify our plan to make it as attractive for our employees to participate. And so a common feature of a 403B plan is that you allowed employees that have reached 59 and a half years of age, if they have money in their 403B plan, that they could still work for you and do distributions. And so right now, as you know, our plan prior to this was locked down as tight as it could be because of IRS regulations. We've moved to a third-party administrator for 403B, which is Union Bank and Trust. And so we've actually had employees ask and request this, and we looked back at our plan and said, well, we didn't turn that feature on. So we're proposing to turn that feature on and just, again, make that plan try to increase participation over the years to get people involved in saving as much as they can for the retirement. So with that, I'd end my comments.
All right. Does anybody have any questions about the 403B plan modifications from Mr. Harden? No? Okay. So now we will move on to 6.7, which is the COVID-19 CARES Act Extend On-Call Non-Exempt Compensation and Benefits. Mr. Harden.
This is if I guess, take you back to the March 16th meeting where we did an emergency declaration board resolution for the COVID-19 situation. And this is basically a additional item that we are going to ask for approval again tonight that extends that same declaration basically for not to exceed additional 40 days or 320 hours, which is really just enough to get us through July 31st. And it's really a technical jump through the hoops kind of situation based on the advice of our attorneys who originally wrote and provided us with the original resolution that we did in March. And so this is an extension that allows us to do those payments to that group of employees for both salaries and benefits. So it helps us, I guess, be in compliance with the CARES Act. With that, I would conclude my comments.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? I know this will come up for actual vote in our action items. So any questions? If not, you can, if you think of them, you can ask them again later. But... No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Harden. We will move on to 6.8, which is the Pepsi agreement. Mrs. Wells.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Now that I got all my buttons pushed and unpushed, I'm just here to talk about the how the Pepsi Cola got involved with this agreement. I reached out to Jordan Stirrup, who is the marketing person for Pepsi Cola, to ask if they would be interested in purchasing an ad for the new football scoreboard. And at that time, she came out to Grand Island and we sat down and talked about what the new scoreboard's going to look like, the cost of all the ads. And she was very interested, but she was also asking what more can Pepsi do to help Grand Island Senior High and Grand Island Public Schools? And I said, well, what do you want to do to help? And so she went back to her marketing people and they put together a contract for like a rebate for all of the products that we buy, as long as we had the agreement that we would keep Pepsi as the outdoor beverage at our events, and Coke is the indoor beverage that we choose to do it inside during our basketball games and volleyball games and wrestling. But the Pepsi, what they're going to do is they bought the ad for $2,500 annual sponsorship, and they'll do it for 5 years. So that was $12,500. And then with the rebate is they're going to give us a $2 rebate on every case of pop, Gatorade, and water that we purchase for the outdoor events. So in the long run, what they're going to do at the end of the season, yes, I do write them a check, pretty good size check, but they're going to give a check back, and we can decide where does that money go. And definitely is going to go back to kids. And at this time, our band Booster Club, they do our outdoor home events for varsity at the stadium, and they've done a great job. And I know they're trying to purchase new uniforms. They also like to give scholarships to their kids at the end of the school year, and so that would give them a little bit of money back into their program to go for kids. And so at this time, I'm just asking what questions do you guys have, and asking if this would be something that the board would approve.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Mrs. Schutz.
Sorry, I couldn't find my button. When I was looking through the presentation they did, it looked like there's a certain amount that we have to agree to purchase or buy or sell or whatever each year. So I guess in light of COVID, and if we don't have outdoor sports and have those opportunities to sell the product, what kind of contract are we obligated to if we don't meet those numbers?
Yeah, and I visited with Jordan about that, and she said they would definitely work with us because they understand everybody's in the same boat. But right now, the grocery stores are still buying their product, and the grocery stores are what are open right now. So she said they would be very willing to work with us. And what I appreciated about Pepsi is I tried to reach out locally, since we've had kind of a turnover, I think, of management here, and really never got a response. So when I reached out to Pepsi again this year, Sharon, who has been the secretary out there for many, many years, gave me Jordan's name, and Jordan is excited about the Grand Island area. And they want Pepsi at the stadium. She loved our new stadium. And so she said, whatever we can do to help, you just let us know.
Great. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, we did talk about this in facility finance for quite some time. And I think what the point, I guess, to this whole thing was, is this is actually a better situation than we had before. This rebate, I don't believe we were getting this rebate before. Is that correct, Mrs. Wells?
That's correct. We've never gotten money back.
Right. So this is so I guess in our mind, it was a great opportunity to do the same thing we're doing. We're still selling their product, but we're actually getting a rebate for it. So we thought it was a kind of a win-win situation. So thanks for taking the initiative to go, ask for money, and in fact, we're getting more. So thank you.
And not asking the board for money.
That's correct.
Dr. Brose.
Mrs. Wells, I just have a question about how you will decide how the rebates are going to be distributed to kids or organizations. Will there be some kind of a formal process that you and perhaps Mr. Gilbertson and maybe Mr. Harden have worked on to determine how that money is going to move from Pepsi to somebody in our district that's going to benefit kids?
Yeah, and I think that'll be a conversation, and I'll include Mrs. Labrie, who, is the fine arts director. And, since the band, they have done a great job of running our concession stands, both outside and inside. And so we would work with their booster board and, and have a plan. But yes, Dr. Bros, I would include Virgil, Charity, Jeff, and myself in that decision. But it will go either for kids, or if we need help with the band uniforms, those uniforms go for kids.
Thank you.
Mrs. Inc.
More for curiosity's sake, like how many cases of pop do we sell? Like what dollar volume could that rebate be?
Mrs. Inc., when they come and unload that pop in my garage at the school, we cannot get anything else in it. And it really depends on like the size of our games too. Like we'll host Carney on August 28th, and we will need lots and lots of pop. But I can tell you we paid the bill of about $17,000 to Pepsi last year, and that was through the football season, and then we also do the track and soccer season. And so, yeah, they do very well off of us. But I'll count the cases this year. That way I'll have an answer.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't see any more questions. So we appreciate you being here tonight and sharing that with us.
Gosh, it's good to see everyone. Take care.
You
Stay
too.
safe.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, agenda item 6.9 is the contract renewal for the Employee Assistance Program. Mr. Stelk.
Thank you, President Hinkle, and good evening, everybody. I'm here to present to you the renewal contract with Holmes Healing as the administrator of our Employee Assistance Program. A little historical information: the district has offered an Employee Assistance Program since 2009, and Holmes Healing has been the administrator of our EAP program since 2013. As I'm sure you're all aware, an Employee Assistance Program provides district staff with confidential mental health services, as well as access to a variety of wellness options. Our EAP has become a very important component of our fringe benefit package, as evidenced by the increase in utilization during the last 3 years from a 6% utilization rate to a 14% utilization rate. So obviously with an increase in utilization, one of the things that this new contract does represent is an increase in the fees that they are charging. The current EAP program, which they charge $21 per month per employee, includes 6 sessions, and those 6 sessions are available per school year, or excuse me, per fiscal year. So from September through August, it's 6 sessions that are free. And after 6 sessions, then they go on to either self-pay or insurance pay. And those 6 sessions are available for an employee, another 6 sessions are available for a spouse, and then another 6 sessions are available for dependent children living at home. So as a family unit, they could have access to up to 18 sessions per year that would be free. As the discussions with Wholeness Healing regarding our increase in utilization and the potential and now confirmed increase in services or increase in fees, one of the things that we talked about was how could we structure our employee assistance program to provide an even greater benefit to our employees. So with this increase in the contract going from $21 a person to $28 a person, we continue to have the 6 free sessions per employee plus spouse plus dependent children, but now we also have 6 free sessions for wellness. Before, any wellness sessions had to come out of the 6 mental health sessions that were available. So now they'll have 6 mental health sessions, and then they'll have 6 sessions that could be used towards wellness. And by wellness, we're referring to an hour in the energy enhancement room or an hour on the Magoon massage table. So we do feel that this is an enhanced benefit for our employees. And then, of course, the contract itself would result in an annual increase. It would be about just under $12,000 more than what we paid this current year. So, so that is the contract renewal. The contract renewal is a 3-year pricing structure. So we're looking at approving this for the next 3 years. That's pretty much everything. This is an information item. I would bring it back, of course, next month for action. So I would answer any questions that you have.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? Or anybody from the Personnel Committee, anything that you want to share that you may have talked about? Mrs. Zink?
You know, we talked about this quite a bit in personnel, and our hope was the first time that it came to the committee, we asked for more things since we were going to be paying more. So really happy with the proposal that came back to us, and us being able to still, offer this to staff free of charge, because it is important, and that's one of our focuses. And so that was a big deal to us.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I would agree. Now more than ever, this is important. So very happy and grateful that you were able to work on that and get some more for our employees. So thank you. All right, we will move to agenda item 6.10, GIPS South subdivisions.
Thanks, Mrs. Hinkle. This is basically it has easements that are coming about from our stadium project. Has an electrical easement on the northwest area. And if you look at that attachment, you can see that along with over by the Success Academy East Stadium, there is a plumbing easement. We had done a cleanup of these areas on the south side of Custer, basically, so that all those lots and everything were created into a single Grand Island Public School property. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. No big deals, no money out there. Any questions you might have?
Sorry, anybody have any questions? Or anything else from the Facility and Finance Committee? Because I'm sure you reviewed it as well.
This is just information this month, and will come for approval next month.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I don't see anything. So we will move on to 6.11, which is the Board Governance Committee. And the committee has been meeting now since probably, I think, November, December timeframe, because it was during our October Board of Education retreat that we discussed the need to have a board governance committee. And so we wanted to do a check-in with all of you to make sure that we were moving in the direction that you expected us to, that you wanted us to. And so I'm on that committee, as well as Dr. Brose, Mrs. Schutz, and Ms. Wolf. And then Dr. Grover and Dr. Dexter are at our meetings as well. So if you have and I'll just share a little bit of information and then allow them, the others, to chime in as well. And if you have questions, let us know. But the first thing I wanted to share is that we are working to create a purpose statement, or just an explanation of what the committee is. And so right now, the policy committee is working to put that into the policy that we have, the 2230 board standing committees, because right now we have facility and finance, personnel, American civics, and policy review. And so this would be a fifth one called board governance. So there's a few changes they need to work through, but I'll just share the wording as it stands right now that we're thinking about that explains this committee. And it, I can share my screen, right? Or do I do not have ability to share my screen? It doesn't look like.
You should.
I should. Okay, let me go back.
Green button on the bottom.
Yep, there we go. I had to. Okay. Okay, so if you can see this red wording, this is what we're working on. It's not finalized yet, but this is where we're headed. That it shall be the purpose of this committee to ensure an understanding of the basic principles of governance, to include systems thinking, strategic focus, deep learning, managing manner, and that the Board of Education and Superintendent are in alignment with the need for coherence, excuse me, government. And this book that I'm sure all of you have read and you read it daily is really what's guiding us. We're getting some great direction out of that. It's things that we knew we wanted, but they say it and it helps us go in the right direction. The other thing we want to draw your attention to is, just like all other committees, we do have a folder out here for the governance committee, which all of you can see. And one of the things I want to share with you tonight is the list of items that we have identified for things that we will work on and how we're keeping track of them. We came up with several ideas and then we prioritized them. So if they don't currently have a priority number, we're not focusing on them at this time, but you may want to go out and look at this spreadsheet just to see the different things that we're thinking about. But I'll show you some of the things that we have worked on. Well, for example, we identified the need for the board boot camp for people who were expecting to run for the Board of Education. And we got that going very quickly. We gave you advance notice of that, and we appreciate all the help that all of you put into that as well. So that was one example of things that we're doing right now. We're working on, for example, on the board leadership, do we need to have a more coherent succession plan, just so that we can keep the continuity of the board? Board appointments, we're looking at how we've done board appointments in the past, and talking about how can we make improvements to the future, and also at the same time making sure that we are following state statutes if there are any. So a long list there, but take a look at it. Our intent is not to duplicate anything that another committee is doing, but we may, it'll work the same way as the Facility and Finance Committee or the Policy Committee works. We'll take on a topic, do the research, have the discussion, and then develop a proposal and bring it back to all of you for approval, and it'll allow you to have the questions and so forth as well. And if we do find that, for example, we did identify because of this some things that we should do differently in our policies, that's where then we'll hand it over to the policy committee and say, here's what we're looking for, much like Virgil did when he was putting together some of the fiscal policies. He had what he needed, and then he handed it over to the policy committee to put it in the correct format and to make sure that it became part of our all of our policies that we have. So I'm going to stop there and see if any of the other committee members have anything they want to share that I missed. So Mrs. Schutz.
I guess we asked Bonnie to just kind of present this to the rest of the board. We've been meeting, I don't know, 4 or 5 times now, I think, and we just want to make sure we're on the right track and understanding what it is the entire board wants us to do, or what this committee was formed for when we met back in October. And you know, like Bonnie said, I'd encourage everybody to go look at that spreadsheet, because those are the things we're focused on. I know y'all have your books and y'all have read them, but it makes so much more sense, the stuff we're saying and the words we throw out there, after you read the book. So if you haven't read it yet, I'd encourage y'all to do that. Some of these words are, I mean, it's hard to explain, but when you've read the book, it falls logically into sense. So I see you, Terry. Awesome.
I feel like you're looking at me, Heidi.
But I think we struggle sometimes with, it feels like we're rolling along and making decisions, but we're not making decisions. It's like we're trying to move things forward, and all those little things that we've had out there that really haven't fell neatly into a certain committee, we kind of have them. And so we're trying to funnel them to the right committees when we need to, like Bonnie was saying, with policy or things like that. And I guess I view it that we're going to come back to the board with a lot of questions and information here and there. So, you know, I'd open it up, you know, if the other guys want to talk to, and the rest of the board, if you guys have questions for us.
Dr. Brose, I think I saw your hand, did I not? Okay.
Yeah, Heidi's correct. The only thing I would add is when you look at that spreadsheet, many of those items on that spreadsheet sprung out of conversations that we started but did not complete during the October retreat. And with no place, I mean, how do we address them? So that's where that list comes from. And then as we've had our conversations in our meetings, we've added to that list because, as Heidi said, as we talk and cuss and discuss, then we find things that are in addition that need to be addressed. So I guess the only thing, and I struggled with this at the beginning, this committee is not usurping any of the responsibilities or any of the decisions that the Board of Education needs to make. But rather than get all bogged down in the weeds on some of the things, we can do some of the legwork and maybe bring issues to you that we've researched and we can answer your questions on. So that's where I'd stop.
All right, Mrs. Albers.
I think we have some great minds on this committee, and I'm happy mine's not one of them. But you guys that are on this committee, you just seem to be able to really digest these topics well. And so, just like I've said 1,000 times, it seems like people on our board kind of go to the areas that fit their skills. And so I feel nothing but gratitude for the people on this committee. I feel like you're able to help kind of streamline some of the changes that we make. And so, and maybe even a little inspiration to crack that book. So I will just say, I think you're doing a great job, and you've brought a lot of things up for discussion. And so kudos to you all.
And, you know, we have a few goals with the committee as well. I mentioned earlier how we want to just make sure that no matter how the board changes, because whenever you bring on a new board member or someone leaves, the dynamics change. But we want that consistency for the administration and the staff and the students. And so we want to be able to, when you have this governance in place, it helps make sure that people move in and out rather seamlessly and that we don't have a huge disruption when a change occurs. And then it also makes sure that the board and the superintendent are in alignment and supporting each other, and not trying, like we're not trying to do what the superintendent should do and the superintendent's not trying to do what we should do. It keeps us all in our lanes as well and enhances the collaboration. So hopefully you'll see some of that as we continue to work through these things. And part of what you'll see, we really did want to do this in an in-person retreat, have this deep discussion, but we don't know for sure when we'll be together in person again. But you may see that even beyond retreats, we will have items like this to discuss at board meetings where we'll just have a discussion about a particular item or topic, just to keep it fresh for all of us. So you might see more of this in the future, I guess. So and Dr. Grover, I'd like, from a superintendent standpoint, maybe you want to share a little bit about your thoughts about this committee?
Absolutely. I think Mrs. Albers captured it, a lot of it, but we're excited to be able to elevate the work of the Board of Education and the superintendent from a governance level. I think it provides us the opportunity to not only think about the actions that we are taking, the bills that we're paying and so forth. What it allows us to do is to really help us to have some goals, some structures, some standards as to who we are as a leadership team for the Board of Education. So just like our staff members, they work on their professional learning and we set goals. You have goals for me as a superintendent. We have goals for our staff member. This really allows us to know how are we operating at optimal level as the leadership of the school district. So kudos to you for being courageous enough to operate a governance committee. And we are very fortunate to have Dr. Dexter joining us too, because she's worked alongside the Board of Education for many years, helped with many transitions as we continue to get some additional operating principles and so forth in play.
Yes. So any other board members have questions, any concerns? Okay. If not, feel free to you can always contact us outside the meeting too, if you think of anything later on, but we appreciate your support and we'll keep plugging along and hopefully you'll see some new things from us soon. All right, so back to the agenda. 6.12 is our student representative report. And as I said earlier, this will be the last time that Madison joins us for a Board of Education, because this Sunday she gets to graduate and go off to her new adventures. So Madison, take it away.
All right. It's absolutely crazy that this is my last report. I mean, just as crazy as it's already May. Like, that's mind-blowing. I guess I'll just jump right into things. AP exams started earlier this week on Monday, and they're going through until next Friday, the 22nd. And although they're completely different than last year, they're still happening. I can't go into too much detail, but I can say this year, timing of your questions are so much different to handle. And with AP, sorry if I'm stumbling or anything, I'm a bit brain fried because I did have 2 of my tests today, and I still have 2 more to go. Next thing, the Academic Aristocrat banquet was held, I can't remember the date, it was end of April. Every year, the GIPS Foundation recognizes the top academic achieving students at GISH each year. Typically, they have an in-person banquet where the students are able to talk about some of the things that they've done and what they've been involved in, but obviously that wasn't able to happen, so they did go with a live stream type event. About 60 students were recognized for having a GPA above a 3.75. And the day of the event, some volunteers went around and dropped off little care packages for each of the students that was being recognized. And it had a shirt and the information on the scholarships that we would be receiving, and then a couple of pieces of cake or dessert to share with our families or not to share with our families. And then so with scholarships, those are wrapping up. I want to say the Academic Aristocrat scholarships were some of the last scholarships that the GIPS Foundation was giving out this year. Most of the other major scholarships have also been giving out, like the Greater Great Island Community Foundation scholarships have all been passed out. So with the year coming to an end and scholarships being dispersed, the seniors are being able to completely finalize their decisions on what they'll be doing in the fall academic-wise, or what they'll be going off into the workforce. And then just overall with the wrap up of the school year, graduation and the senior showcase. The virtual graduation is this Sunday, the 17th. Super exciting. And to honor the seniors, the GIPS Facebook, Twitter pages have been posting senior showcases for the last couple of weeks, and then up until Sunday, recognizing the seniors and everyone's post-high school plans. And then last week, we did receive little care packages with our diplomas, our caps and gowns, any academic letters or other awards that we may have earned, other little goodies, and then a little book of messages from all of our previous teachers and the GIPS staff. I'd be lying if I said there weren't any tears shed when I read the book. And that's the end of what I need to cover. I just wanted to say I'm going to cry, and I wasn't planning on it. Thank you guys for giving me this. Hold on.
You're good.
That's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, to get over it. Okay, thanks for this experience. It's definitely one that will last with me for the rest of my life, and I'll really remember all the things that you guys let me get involved in, and all the other opportunities it brought me with the school, like the superintendent, student advisory council, being able to be a class officer, and all those other things that came with, besides just coming to the meetings, have all been amazing. So with that, bye guys. Thanks for having me.
We are so happy you were with us, Madison, and we're honored you're here tonight if you're in the middle of taking AP exams, because I can't imagine. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us. And we wish you all the best of luck. I think you're going to UNO, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? Mrs. Schutz.
Maddie, I just want to say you've been an awesome rep, and we will miss you, and I share your pain. So come back and visit us. Come back and see us next fall. We'd love to see you at a board meeting again, and run for office in a few years. So thanks for all you've done.
Mr. Brown.
Well, first of all, thank you for the reports that you've had this year. And I mean, lastly, if everyone wants to unmic, and could we give her a round of applause? This is just such an interesting time.
Thank you.
So proud of you.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
Great
Madison.
job.
Yes, we are very proud of you. And, you know, we said it early on, we're so sorry that your senior year got disrupted this way, and even your experience here, but we're happy that we were still able to make it happen somehow. It's not the same, we know that, but the best of luck to you, and good luck on the rest of your AP exams. All right.
Thank you all again.
Yes, thank you. All right, Mr. Petch, you always have to follow with your construction update.
It's a little hard to follow, but I'm going to move it forward here, guys. Talk about the stadium. We're getting into the finish end, where we'll be doing what's called the punch list here in about 3 weeks, and it is looking spectacular. It has a lot of pieces, just even in locker rooms that have some pop. Hope to do a tour there at some point in time when we can have more than 10 people in a group. But really liking what we're seeing. Still have a few things we got to iron out with the track and some floor issues, but it's all good. Our schedule, as we were trying on the west side, is to get it in this complete the stage at the end of this month, where we're pretty close to that. They're burning pretty hard on the east side. They've got the structure up, and they've poured the floor for the locker room on the alternate, and the walls and all that are going in on the east side, the existing. So not having any holdups. Weather's been decent, so knock on wood, keep your fingers crossed. We're getting ready to kick off some of our larger project list projects. Also, senior high roof project was one of those, along with the other one over Lincoln. And then we have the 2 large floor projects at Dodge and West Lawn, which we're coming, just waiting to make sure we're going to have all our materials in. But that's also looking good. I'll say it this second time. Again, knock on wood, since I've got a table in front of me. With that, I'm going to conclude my report. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, anybody have any questions? I think we're all excited to see the stadium too, so I do hope we can get out there soon.
And more.
Okay, we'll move to agenda item 6.14, Superintendent Report from Dr. Grover.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, we've had some great presentations from our staff members here and of course Madison tonight. I just want to say to all of our staff members that your Herculean efforts have certainly made a huge difference in keeping GIPS learning and thriving. I just want to thank you for being united around our mission and just being so adaptable and no doubt being superheroes needed during these times. And we have really stayed focused on our priorities as a school district. And so just a quick update to the board with e-learning. You saw some examples of that tonight. And I think our teachers have learned some great things through this process, as well as our families. They're still trying to hang in there with us these last couple of days. And so we appreciate everyone's commitment to GIPS's continuity of learning plan. We will be conducting some focus groups here in the next week or so. They'll be led by Dr. Dahl and Dr. Palmer to gather some feedback from our staff on how to improve e-learning. But moreover, we're hoping to learn some things from this process that we can continue to implement that will be beneficial to our students beyond the pandemic. Our meal distribution plan, great appreciation to our child nutrition staff led by Chris Spellman and all the folks that's been helping out with that process, who've produced and coordinated breakfast and lunch for our students. They continue to hit record numbers of meals served in record time. So thank you so much for continuing to feed the children of Grand Island. Social emotional learning, certainly this is an opportunity to really thank all of our staff members, but particularly our social workers and counselors. You know, some people look at those as ancillary positions, and they're not. They're very necessary for the work of our students and providing the support. So we just really appreciate how they have adapted to a virtual workspace and creating so many resources for our students and families. One of the processes we use to help better understand the state of SEL in our district and other needs was a survey that we constructed with Panorama. And so thank you for everyone who completed that survey. Your input does matter to us. The staff survey was designed for our certified staff members. And so for staff, we had 707 people to complete it. Our students, we had almost 2,400 students. And for our community, almost 1,200 folks who completed the survey. We will use this information as we go forward in our decision making. Equity and access, our two big initiatives have been around connectivity. And right now we're just looking at the connectivity needs that may be needed for summer learning to make sure we can support our students there. I think it's pretty amazing when you can say that pretty much we've hit 100% connectivity for our students. And of course, we will be looking for ways to sustain that as we go forward. And communication, just extraordinary efforts on behalf of our communication teams, just really strong internal communication, being very transparent and timely. But also our communication teams members have stepped up their leaders on different community task force to really help get some of the community safety messages out as well. So we're very appreciative that our Board of Education allows our staff members to be active in the community. So, and I would like to say for our Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education and staff, you are really role models for taking swift action and providing the needed supports for all of our students. Our staff members I think our social workers, they're going to be featured on NET, a story on mental health, and that's going to be on May the 28th at 8 p.m. And it includes GIPS staff and students. I think it's going to be a very special segment. We will also be featured in the State Schools Board Association, their May magazine that they put out, so you can look for that. And just a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to share with the National School Superintendent Association on about how we are addressing SEL in our district, and was able to share many great examples of the work you're doing here. We are doing in Grand Island Public Schools. So as we are finishing the 2020 school year, we are finishing with great pride in the entire GIPS family and community. So our last day of e-learning is going to be May 15th. We're going to have a district-wide field day. I think it's you all can join in if you like, do some videos or something. I'm sure we would love to capture that. That's going to be on May 19th. Look for information on our website. The teacher's last day is May 22nd. For our reunification plan, the process will begin on May 18th. Each school has their own process, but moreover, we just want to assure people that we're doing everything to keep our staff members and our students safe. This is going to be a contact-free drop off and pick up. They have some pretty tight processes that the pandemic team worked on with the campuses. Just as a reminder, our students will be keeping their district issued Chromebook over the summer. And to maintain safety, we are asking that only one person from the family come, that you stay in your car until instructed otherwise, and please wear a face covering. If you have questions, please contact your child's school. We know that the biggest question on people's mind right now is about reopening in the fall. And we have to be prepared for reopening school. We will continue to work with state officials, medical professionals, and our local health department as we make those decisions. We sincerely hope that we will be able to start school as planned with a big back to school welcome, as we always do, with a calendar that's already been approved. However, under the current conditions, we know that we have to think about other options. At this point, we have not received any official notification from the state level about the fall. We hope that we will have some formal communication from the state level. I know at one point they were thinking that they would be able to release some information in July. And of course, we're in weekly meetings with them, and we will continue to stay in tune and communicate as needed. As district leaders, we have the obligation to consider several options. And so right now, when we're thinking about our options, as I talked about, we hope that we can start school as scheduled in our buildings. There's another option that we're looking at if we have to start as scheduled, but in e-learning. So we're grateful that we are already prepared for that until we can be in our buildings, or we may have to look at delaying the start of school, or maybe a hybrid model of a combination of these. We do have our team members. We're working through that on a daily basis. We will remain flexible on any of these options, and any option that we take, we realize that it could have calendar changes to the time of breaks and maybe even the end of the school year. Just so much yet to be determined. But as we get the information needed to make our decisions, we promise to engage with our staff and our community. And so just continuing to engage with our stakeholders, we do want to have an end of the year wrap up town hall meeting. And so that's going to be on May 19th at 6:00 p.m. So all of our family members, we hope that you can join us for that. And board members, we hope that we have that on your calendars, or we would get it on there. And on May 20th at 2:15 p.m., we will hold an internal Live with Grover to close out the school year with our staff. Madison has already mentioned about the graduation, and I too want to invite everyone to join in with our families for our graduation ceremony. It will be on News Channel Nebraska. That's Charter Channel 99 in Grand Island at 2:00 p.m. I hear that many of the families that they are having special meals and so forth like that. I'm sure Mrs. Schutz, I'm sure you are too. Congratulations to your daughter as well, to Elise. Our student speaker this year, a very distinguished young lady, just so impressive, Grace Johnson. She is headed off to Northwestern University, and I think that she is going to have an amazing opportunity to share with her classmates. So we are very proud of our graduating class. They are making history with their sacrifice, but moreover, they have personally and collectively earned quite a few impressive accolades, and we are excited to share about them, to share it with the whole entire world on Sunday at 2:00 p.m. And just Madison talked about the boxes, and Madison, we just thank you for the emotions that were displayed there. And so we also want to thank everyone that was involved in helping us with the boxes, the staff at Grand Island Senior High School, just amazing efforts there. And also, as we were, the boxes are pretty special themselves. It's a keepsake. And so in order for us to get those out to our students, we reached out to Hornady Manufacturing, who helped to shrink wrap all of the boxes. So you think about 600 boxes before they were delivered to Midwest Connect. And so thank you to Jason and his team for helping us with that. And so once they were going to be delivered, when the post office realized that they were for our senior class, they actually called their staff members back to work that evening and say, hey, let's get these boxes to the homes of these seniors. And that just says so much about our community here in Grand Island. And just a beautiful design work by our very own talented Jack Sheard. It was draped in purple and gold, Island of Pride. And so I think that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of information, but it was good information, and appreciate the fact that we're being recognized over the state and across the nation for our response. You and your team have a lot to be proud of. One question that I have, we got it a lot when we distributed meals Tuesday. How long will the meal distributions go on? Do they go on through the summer, or will they end?
Yes, we will continue to run our meal distribution program just like we would do our summer program. And so the plan right now, Chris is always thinking ahead. She's thinking about, the holidays coming up and how we're going to keep the kids fed. But we're going to just continue the same process for now.
Okay, great. That's good. People will be excited to hear that. So, all right. Anybody else have any questions for Dr. Grover? Don't see any. All right, so we are going to move on to action items. The first one is the 7.1 COVID-19 CARES Act, extend the on-call, non-exempt compensation and benefits. And Mr. Harden went over this with us earlier. Does anybody have any additional questions at this time? Did you think of anything? If not, I would entertain a motion. Do you need me? I can share my screen if that helps. Okay, there's the motion. Does anybody want to take that?
I can take it.
Okay, thank you.
Due to the emergency conditions engendered by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and epidemic sickness, the Board of Education should and does hereby extend employment and compensation of non-exempt educational support employees, clerical staff, custodial staff, bus drivers, paraeducators, food service personnel, and the like, serving the school district on an on-call basis pursuant to the emergency declaration resolution adopted by this Board of Education on March 16, 2020. Now supported by the Federal Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, or the CARES Act, adopted by the United States Congress on March 27, 2020, and directs that non-exempt educational support staff paid on an hourly basis that lose work hours as a result of a school closure or other disruption of the regular work schedule for such employees as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and epidemic sickness shall be paid their wages and benefits for the regularly scheduled work hours for such work days or hours lost. The lost hours to be shown on each educational support staff member's time card as COVID-19 virus leave for a period not to exceed 40 workdays or 320 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Barsonis. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second, Mr. Brown. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The next item is 7.2, proposal for VEX Robotics elective resources. And last month, we heard from Mr. Phillips about, and Mr. Wickman about this. It looks like we need to make up a recommendation, or not a but motion to approve this. Is anybody willing to do that? Or does anybody, first I should ask, does anybody have any questions about this? If not, let me share here. Who would like to make a motion to purchase this, not to exceed this amount?
I can do it.
Thank you, Mrs. Schutz.
I would move to accept the proposal for VEX Robotics elective resources as presented.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second, I think I saw Mr. Barsanis's name come up first. So any questions or discussion? All right, Dr. Dexter, will you please take a roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next item is 7.3, the American Red Cross Facilities Agreement. And I'll open this one up. And anybody have any questions for Mr. Petch? This was presented last month as well, I should say.
The facility use agreement for basically 6 of our buildings.
All right. Someone like to make a motion?
Me.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
I would move to approve the American Cross Facility Use Agreement as presented.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Bros. Second. Any discussion? All right. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, everyone. All right, now we move to 7.4, the Panorama Universal Screener Proposal. And again, this was presented to us last month, and I do believe Dr. Dexter presented that. Any questions for Dr. Dexter? If not, if someone would be willing to make a recommendation.
I can do it. I would recommend the board approve the recommendation for to use Panorama Universal Screener as proposed.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Bros. Any discussion? All right, Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That's the end of our action items for this month. And so now we will move to agenda item 8, which is the committee reports, starting with the Finance and Facilities Committee. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I'll be reporting a brief report from our meeting minutes from May 5th. We reviewed a couple of proposals. One was the tech house. The other one was the central divider curtains at Gish. We had an update from Nutrition Services. We have a community eligibility program that the date for that submittal has been pushed back, but it should not impact TIOSA. We did get information about the technology update. A lot of the tickets, the work tickets coming into the IT department is actually about 12% of them are now coming from the community. So it's one of those things. That's the status that we're in right now. We reviewed several of the funds, depreciation, general fund. We did review the payroll as well. We did look at both the energy pathway and the CKLA pilot, and also the Pepsi agreement. All those were presented to us that we discussed this evening. A little bit about the scoreboard as well. There'll be an upcoming MOU on that coming forward. The 403B plan, and also the CARES Act payments to contractors, as we discussed this evening. We had some discussion on the financial impact of COVID-19. More unknowns than knowns, so hopefully we'll have more information as time goes on. It's moving forward, I guess. We did talk about the EAP and the increased usage, and therefore the increase of the amount that we're paying. We did get a little bit of update on the construction updates, as Mr. Petch had said earlier. With that, I conclude my report. Our next meeting will be June 2nd at 7:30 via Zoom.
All right, thank you. I'm actually surprised the 12% isn't higher for the community. All right, 8.2 is the Leading for Learning Committee, Mrs. Schutz.
Okay, Leading for Learning met via Zoom on May 1st. We had an update from Mrs. Bills about the CKLA pilot that we heard about earlier. Mrs. Gannon presented to us about some professional development that kind of separate modules they're filming with Dave Holden that the teachers at the senior high can access according to whatever their needs might be. So they're excited about that. Ms. Neiman gave us a report on the Gear Up project. We met 100% of our matching funds, met 3 out of 4 of the relevant goals at the middle school level. The 4th goal is around educating families on college expectations of financial aid, so they'll be focused on that next year. Overall, 981 students actively participated in last summer's activities, and 33 educators participated in professional development. Heard Mr. Phillips' update about the alternative energy pathway curriculum, as well as an update on the academy. Since they are sort of have the spring advisory meetings on hold, the GISH principals are creating sort of a state of the academy address to report on different data points that they will be presenting later on in May. And the freshman handoff that they were excited to be able to do this year will be a virtual event. Let's see, also received an update from CCC. You guys probably saw, I think it was announced on social media, about the number of dual credit courses, and that we'll be continuing that work. They will be free of charge. The AP, oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead. AP courses will be free of charge. The CCC dual credit will have the prices drop down to $15 a credit hour. So that's a big savings over years in the past. The current coursework that we have for this upcoming year, we have 15 AP courses that we offer. They've added one, the AP Chem 2, 59 dual credit courses. 15 of those are through Wayne State, 44 through CCC, and 1 through UNK. Students can get all the dual credit free if they want. And the registration process will start this spring for that. Also got an update from Mr. Phillips on a federal level apprenticeship grant that could potentially bring $70,000 to our apprenticeship program. So this is an awesome opportunity. The goal is to get 35 apprentices within 4 years, and Case IH will be our representative, provides $1,500 per student involved in this youth apprenticeship program. And then again, the update on Edmentum that we heard about. Cambridge has been put on hold for a year. You know, it's a big change. It's a new thing. We want it to get off on the right foot. So rather than trying to put it together with unknown circumstances for this coming year, they've just decided to put it on hold. So training for that and professional development will happen throughout the course of the year. NDE assessment updates. Next year, sophomores will take the pre-ACT, and the current sophomores this year will make that pre-ACT up in the fall. Senior high will not be a host site for the ACT during the summer months of June or July, and they'll plan for those to continue once again in the fall once restrictions are lifted. And that's the end of my report. Our next meeting is June 5th via Zoom at 9:15.
All right, thank you. So 8.3 is the Personnel Committee. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I'll be reporting from our Zoom meeting on May 7th. We had a staffing study update. DMG is finishing up the staffing study and will present an overview of the findings and recommendations on our June 11th board meeting. In addition, the DMG will also provide professional development on strategic budgeting to district administrators on June 4th during the Leadership Summit. The Employee Assistance Program contract renewal, we did review that as we did this evening. The classified annualized pay enrollment, classified staff who are not pro or full-time or less than 12 months will all have the opportunity to enroll in an annualized pay program that's going on right now. The summer meal program staffing from Nutritional Services, Human Resources is surveying classified staff to determine that may be interested in working with Nutrition Services to support the summer meal distribution program. I think, if I remember right, there was already some interest and they were looking for more. The retirement recognition, typically the district recognizes the retirees in a June meeting or luncheon and recognition ceremony. Obviously, at this point, that's not going to happen that direction. So we are looking for an alternative plans. I know that they're looking at something that they can do most likely in a Zoom format of some sort. On the staffing update, certified staffing, the district has issued 66 probationary contracts and 13 positions remain to be filled. Additionally, we have 3 staff who are requesting leaves right now, and they will be filled upon suitable replacements. Classified staff, Human Resources recruiting to fill the following positions: the accompanist, the technology assistant, custodian, and IT technician. Administrative staffing, we've filled positions at Dodge principal, the Gates principal, the Garrett director, the science curriculum coordinator. Yet to be filled is the teammates director, the executive service coordinator for the superintendent, and the Dodge elementary assistant principal positions. With that, I conclude my report. Our next Zoom meeting will be June 4th at 7 a.m.
All right, thank you. For the Policy Committee, Mrs. Gordermaker.
We met on Monday, May 11th, and actually on the document that's attached on your agenda, it says April 7th, but it is the minutes from May 11th. There must have been an error there when she took the notes. We reviewed policies that are on the agenda tonight for first reading, which was 2170 advisory committees, 4213, 4460, 5310, 5230, 5232, 8470, 9310, and 8513. Policies for review, the board standing committee, the board governance had some recommendations on that. 2231 special committees. We decided to revise the title of the policy and then made edits to reflect that. 2411 notification of board meetings. We just made the edit to include the newspaper as the medium used to publish notifications of board meetings. 6231 communicable disease staff, just updated language reflected by our attorneys. 6231.1, which was in addition to the policy, gives the superintendent or designated superintendent the authority to exclude a student or staff member when they have a communicable disease if they are not contagious anymore or approved by the physician, which is consistent with our pandemic plan. 6231.2, bloodborne pathogens, again, just language edits there. MOU SRO's agreement, policy committee is being informed of this editing with legal and the city, so that's ongoing. And then the ones that we will have in June is 6312, excessive absenteeism, 8455, bullying and harassment, 8820 and 8820.1, and 9110. We will meet, we're working on the policies of online learning, rental agreement, and donations of artwork. We have tabled field trips, abuse of students by staff, and board operating principles at this time. Our next meeting is June 8th at 4:30 on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. 8.5 is the Public Relations and Partnership Development Committee, Mr. Barsonis.
Thank you, and I'll be sharing from our April 3rd notes, and it'll be very brief as a lot of it has been already mentioned. So I will touch on it. We talked about what's the beat on the street as we usually start our meetings. We shared about what we were listening about, summer school, reunification plans, meals. So we addressed that. We'll continue to suggest to send a message out about safety as a district, just to keep everybody safe and do our part. Talked about COVID-19 communications, reunification plan. Dr. Grover touched on that as well. Every school has a plan, and again, trying to keep everybody safe and also making summer school a good summer experience. NET will be doing focus on our kids and our staff. Mrs. Worthington share the, I'm sorry, I'm having a screen issue here. I'm frozen. There you go. We were able to see the stadium scoreboard with all of our sponsors, and that is looking great. You saw and you've heard about the graduation boxes and what was in them, as well as our plans for the graduation names, which will be this Sunday at 2 p.m. Let's see what else here. Staff appreciation plan. Also a reminder from Dr. Grover to our staff to take time to pause and make sure that everybody's staying healthy, as well as the board. Thank you, Bonnie, for leading this as well, I believe. Sending the thank you notes and appreciation notes to all of our nutrition staff who have been doing a wonderful job. We talked about Panorama and also about Kindergarten Ready. And we did two broadcasts, which was pretty exciting. We did simultaneously Kindergarten Ready live Facebook events, both in English and Spanish. So it was a great way to connect with families. And thank you for all the work. I know Jack's been doing great, but Kelly has been doing awesome. So thank you for all that you're doing. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Actually, Mrs. Gordemaker is the one who wrote the letters of appreciation to the food services staff. So, all right. The next one is the governance committee, and I'll give a quick update on that. We met on May 4th via Zoom, and we talked about the superintendent student representative, actually the Board of Education student representative, sorry about that. And we are trying to rethink whether or not how that position is, how the student can get more out of the position and how we as a board member can get more out of it. So Dr. Brose and I actually had a chance to attend the superintendent's student advisory group and get some input from the students into that group. And so we put their comments as well as some of others comments that we had out in the committee folder. And we're going to continue to gather information because we will not select the next student rep until the July-August timeframe. So it's going to be a little delayed this year. So feel free to go out there and look at it and put your comments as well. We talked earlier about the purpose of the governance committee, and you saw that wording that we're proposing, and that will be coming back to us through policy at some point. We did talk about the process for board appointments. With our goal, we want to make it a less intimidating process if possible. I know some of you have had to go through that, and so you know what I'm talking about. And so we're doing some research based on information that we got from the Nebraska State School Boards Association and some other information we saw from other schools to see what we can or can't do and how we might make the process a little bit better for everyone. We worked on that a long time, so we did not get to the succession plan for board leadership yet, but we will discuss that at our next meeting. And I think we agreed to meet, June 1st at 5:30. All right. So the 8.7 is the Grand Island Public Schools Foundation report. Mrs. Albers.
Hello, everyone. The foundation has completed their 2020 scholarship process. Sorry, my glasses aren't working. $530,058 were awarded and accepted by 98 students. And this is 153 scholarships. It's also not too late to participate in the annual staff board campaign. So far, the Board of Education participation rate is 22%. And I'm not very good at math, but I think I better write a check. So usually the board gives it 100%. So we should take this opportunity to give GIPS. And you can give on the website too, gipsfoundation.org. Let's see. And so far, the GIPS staff has given $80,000 for this campaign, and they'll be hosting a virtual celebration with awards in June. And the foundation has released nomination forms for the 2020 Teacher and Staff Administrator of the Year. The forms are available on the website. They need to be turned in by May 21st, and they will be announced in August. The corporate sponsor is First National Bank. Thank you, FNB. Foundation board has suspended the first round of mini grant proposals, and the foundation board chose to focus more on the emergency response because of the COVID pandemic. And they hope to reinstate the process when classrooms are back in session. The foundation has been receiving and is still processing donations for the emergency fund. They've also received a few grants. And the foundation has released the application for the Dr. Eugene Miller Legacy Scholarship. And this is an award or scholarship for a GIPS staff member who's pursuing a graduate degree. And $1,000 will be awarded annually. And that application process does close on May 31st. That's the end of my report.
All right, thank you very much. 8.8 is the GNSA Legislative Committee report. Mr. Harden, is there anything, I know there's not been a lot of activity, but anything you want to share?
No, there's really not been any activity. There's rumors abound that there's a group of senators still trying to work on state aid bill, but with COVID-19 and the financial impact in the state, it's not likely. No real clue on when the legislature will reconvene. I've heard everything from sometime in June to August. So they do intend to reconvene at some point and finish out the session. So stay tuned, more to come later.
Okay, thank you very much. And then 8.9 is the Nebraska School Board Association monthly update that's attached for you there. And then just a reminder, I think it's every Tuesday at 4 o'clock They have a meeting that any board member can attend, and they talk about different items. I know I just briefly saw that topic at this last week's meeting was with regards to kindergartner's first day and how people really don't want that to be virtual. So I'm not sure what they talked about, but that sounded pretty interesting. So I've not been able to join one of those yet. I know Mrs. Albers, I think you have, and if anything, it validates what we're doing. We're on the right track. So
most definitely.
okay.
We should
All
be
right.
proud, very proud. I just keep my mouth shut and listen.
All right. Okay, so agenda item number 9 is the need for an executive session for the purpose of the superintendent evaluation, because it is in the best interest of the public to discuss this matter in closed session. I would need a motion to move into executive session. You want to?
I'll make
Ms.
a
Wolf?
motion.
That's right. So Ms. Wolf made the motion. Is that right?
Yes. Do I need to say like I motion that we move into executive session?
Yes, thank you. And then Mrs. Albers seconded. Dr. Dexter, will you please take a roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis?
Yes.
Dr. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Inc?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so for board members, you need to exit this meeting and join the link specifically for the superintendent evaluation, and then we will reconvene.
And we have 5 minutes.
I was going to ask for 5 minutes.
Yes, that'll be fine. We will start, how about if we start at 7:55?
Bonnie, did that link come from you for the Zoom meeting?
It did, yes.
Okay.
If you can't find it, just let me know.
It might take me 5 minutes to find it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Yo.
For the record, I miss our dinner and snacks.
You
I'm
and
hungry.
me both. You and me both, sister.
I'm hunger.
I know.
Put it there, Terry.
So, Dr. Grover, once again, don't be concerned how long it took us. A half hour was lost because I couldn't do the Zoom right. So Jack had to help us out and stuff. So
No worries. Thank you. He
We
did
would-
say he would go in and put in a good word for me if it was needed. So
oh, I don't know what I think I messed things up because Sunday I used my personal email for Zoom. And so I don't think my computer knows what to do. So,
oh, okay. Well, no worries. I'm glad y'all got it working.
yep. So, Dr. Dexter, are you back with us yet?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Okay. So I think we can go ahead then and get back here. So I need a motion to reconvene. Sorry, go ahead, Terry.
I would move that we just do that.
Second.
Reconvene it. And second, Mr. Barsonis. All right. Please, Dr. Dexter, do a roll call vote.
Yes.
Mrs. Albers. Mr. Barsonis.
Yes.
Dr. Bros.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, yes.
Mrs. Inc.
Yep.
Mrs. Gordemaker.
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle.
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz.
Yes.
Miss Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Can you tell we're all a little anxious to be done? There is no approval of any action necessary at this time. So our next board meeting will be June's, I don't know, anybody want to take a guess? June 12th maybe or something like that, or June 11th. And hopefully, I don't know, do you think we'll be back together? Maybe not, maybe we can. And we are adjourned.
All right, everybody. Thanks.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Nice
Thanks
seeing you
everybody
all.
for being so patient.
Thanks for the cookies.
Yeah.